today I want to update my game that I created. It's a Asteroids clone, and I want to add online multiplayer. So you can see I have the repository here, and you can see that I finished almost like a year ago, and I did some updates because I was using Linux when I first developed this game, and now I'm on Windows, so I need to do a few changes to make it work. And I will demonstrate the game. So you can select the controls, for example. It shows the controls, go back. There's a little nice effect of going white. Then you can move, shoot. There's a little nice effect. And every time you move, you update the score. So that's a little detail that I accidentally added because it was testing the movement and the score. So I decided to use the two. So there's also a nice screen shake effect. You can save your high score. So there's the background, the stars, and it was a really nice way to add a little difference to the game, because if you stay still, it's very easy to destroy the asteroids, but the moment that you add points to your movement, and it's a lot of points compared to if you go to score, it's more points than destroying a meteor. So the idea is to force the player to move because he scores more points. So it was nice that in a way I just discovered this not in a, I would say, in a conscious way, because I was testing something and I decided to do this, and it was really random and actually turned out to be an interesting game mechanic to make the player move. And I posted this when I released it on the Handmade network. It's a Discord server with a lot of people that wants to show their works about very interesting programming topics, and they are focused on knowing how things work, not just in the abstraction level. Like if you're programming in JavaScript, you're very high level language, whereas the browser is also an abstraction. So they like to understand how things work. And when I posted, one of the most active members provided a few improvements, because if you look here, it's a little hard to notice, to be honest, but there's a better example. You can see that the pixels here, they start little movements, and here is very smooth. So he provided the code for solving this, because it's a few lines of code. You have a vertex shader, and this is the basic vertex shader provided by Raylib. And the fragment shader, and want to add this to the game. I never added before when he suggested this, so I will add this now. So the basic idea is, as I understand, is that the pixel is a square. So when you do like movements with that pixel, he needs to move an entire square at a time. So that's why it's look off the movement. So as I understand, you do some math and that solves the problem. I won't pretend that I know the math. I read the shader, and he also provided some examples. There's also this post that goes in the detail what it works, how it works, like the rotations, so you can see the grids and the pixels. Okay, so apply a neighbor nearest filter on pixels that are full inside, and a bilinear with a custom weights on the edges. So if you are interested, you can read more about this. And I need to add on the draw planets. Score. Okay, so this. Texture the bullets. Let's see, meteors. Here's the init meteors. Planets. And that should solve. Okay. New shader mode. Okay, I forgot something. There is this. Also this. Let me grab from really templates. Okay, load shader from memory. Niche. Uh-oh. I think I'm using the shader. Where's the shader? Draw planet, draw energy, draw texts. Okay, so I'm okay. So I need to do this because he's not executing this. The eng blend and shader mode should be fixed. Okay. So it's look weird on the planet. Let's see if Everything's okay. So the text and the okay, so the text is off. Energy planets, stars. Draw planets? It's weird. Draw planets. Bullets. I was doing something different here. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's a different version. Text for future. Maybe I was using some different version. Because I updated to Rayleigh 5. Yeah, I need to see better this. Takes some more time. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Yeah, just not doing this, but it's nice that he took his time to help, and you can also visit this official website and also the Discord. You can see there's a lot of cool projects they're doing. You can follow there. So close this, and this community was created because Case Moratori did a programming series called Handmade Hero, and it was super popular, so that's why they started this community. And it's a really good programming series where he programs an entire game from scratch without any libraries and goes through the whole process live. He was streaming at the time, and it was really really good, and also you learn a lot of stuff because he is a very professional game developer, so he tried to explain his own thought process, and it's really worth to watch. For example, there is some some videos about multi-threading, which is really nice to watch. He explains a lot of concepts. If you don't know anything, it's really worth it. And there's almost 700 episodes. And if you're interested, you can watch here. And today I want to so as a side note, all that, today I want to make this a multiplayer game. And for multiplayer, what you see online is that you shouldn't add multiplayer to a game that's already done. So I want to see how this plays out and how I would need to change the code and to support multiplayer. I want really feel that experience. I think I can close this. So I was looking, learning about writing a server. So I followed a web post where really detailed that goes through the steps of creating a simple HTTP web server. And there's basically these 5 steps: creating a socket, binding, listing, accept the connections, and reading and writing to that connection. So this is just to set up the socket to listing, to connections, and this is to accept a client connection and read, and these two you put in an infinite loop to to listen to the new connections. And it's really detailed and shows the main pages, the documentations, what it expects, and I really like it. It goes step by step. Close this, and just to mention, I added some new ships. So this is the original, and I added some 3 of them because I want to do a 4-player game. And there's this tool, Ship Mixer by Kenny. He has also a lot of game dev assets. You can Kenny.nl. It's free assets, a lot of free assets, and all public domain. So you can use for commercial games. You have a huge amount of assets, from 3D to UI to pixel art. It's really good. And also this tool is also really interesting. You can customize the ship. You also can randomize the shapes, only the colors. So it's then export the file. So it's a really cool tool. So I just want to mention that because I use this to create all the ships. And for doing online multiplayer, I was also in the handmade community, on the Discord there was a discussion. There's someone asked about how to do multiplayer, and they provided some resources. And the tool that they sent was Gafferon Games. He is also very experienced in multiplayer games, network in general. He has a lot of articles. It's worth reading some of them. And one send and receive packets. There's also some series, like he goes on in the previous article. So there's a few series of articles in there. It's not really separated by series, so it's kind of hard to track down. And in this post he does implementation of a multi-platform sockets to send and receive UDP packets. And most modern platforms have some sort of basic socket layer available that is based on BSD sockets. And he goes how to make, if it's Windows, you include that and all that stuff. And I realized that any platform is actually almost the same code, have the same primitives to do, because it's also based on BSD. So it doesn't really matter if I'm doing a web server on Windows, specific on Windows, or if I'm doing Linux, because I was thinking in doing on Linux, but I didn't know how I would do that running on Windows to test the game that is running on Windows and the server that's on Linux. I thought about doing using a virtual machine, but the virtual machine is kind of slow, and WSL I installed once, but it's really slow and takes a lot of resources, both memory and CPU. So I didn't want to deal with that. But after reading this post, I realized that it changed the platform, but the concepts are the same. Even the setting for non-blocking. For example, here's the snippet for non-blocking modes on the socket. For the Mac and Linux, it's just this. You call this function, I don't know what this means or how to pronounce it. Set the non-block flag, and that's it. For Windows, you have a different function call, and that's basically it. So you see that they are basically the same. It's just dealing with some differences on platforms, but the concept is the same. If you know how to do a web server, a good web server on Windows, you automatically know how to do on Linux, at least for this in this level. I don't know if you have any more deep ways to leverage some kind of performance or other stuff in Linux. I know there is some modules that you can load in the kernel to bypass. He has something like this. So because on Linux you have both XDP and eBPF. It's a way to bypass most of the, I think it's the user level part of code you run in the Linux kernel. So you minimize the amount of code that's running to process your packets. So that's, I think that's would be an advantage to use Linux as a server compared to Windows. I don't know if you have the same for Windows, probably not. But for doing a game, a simple game, it's just the same, basically the same code. And they also provided this talk, which is it's weird that's not listed, so you need to get the link, the specific link, and he explains,
assuming
like,
a steady output
he does a
stream,
visual
the client's
demonstration
clock is always
of
ahead
how
of
the
server
clients
by
and
half RTT.
the server works. He sends the inputs, and there is time to get the inputs and process them, then send back to the client. And he explains some strategies to do with this. And so the whole point of network programming, not the whole point, but there is a lot of details that you need to consider, how to break packages. You need also to create your own ordering protocol, because TCP is actually really slow for action games, because if one packet is dropped, they need to resend, and they need to acknowledge that it was sent. There's a lot of overhead compared to UDP. So UDP for action games is the right solution, and there's also sorts of considerations that you need to do. And that blog, Geffen Games, has a lot of articles describing these issues and the solutions. So to give that will give you a nice picture of the whole, a nice idea of the network programming, of game network programming. So I have these codes that I just want to reference later, because I kind of already tested on Linux some time ago to have an entity and like a struct, and this to be a buffer, and basically reads on that struct and automatically fill all the properties automatically without doing like some reads, some number of bytes, and this corresponds to this specific field, or some like decoding the package. So I found it interesting that you can just do this, specify the struct, and it will read exactly as you expect. So I'm keeping this in mind when creating my own. And since I don't want to use Linux, and it's hard to set up, it's not hard, but it's not really performant to set up on a Linux machine, and I want things to be simple. So I was looking the documentation for WinSockets, and they provide both a client and a server, a simple TCP server. So I will go ahead and just copy paste the let's server.c. I think they use C++ here because C declaration, but since I'm using C, I won't use C++. Okay, so server. I don't remember how to. I think in Linux you can do this or this to detach. So it doesn't block. Doesn't block the terminal. Annoying warnings. Let's say server. I don't need to link this, but I want to specify output build server. Wait, no, just out server, right? Yeah. Let's see. Okay, some warnings. Where is it? He wants this. Okay, it's working. That's nice. Yeah, it doesn't work. This doesn't work. I can close this. Let's copy the client. Client.c. Okay. It's just okay. I need to call this. I just can do this. The build.bat, right? So it's complaining about this. There is this one. Okay, so it's complaining that can't. Clients in server name. What do you mean by server name? Name of the computer or IP address of the computer where the server application is running. It's localhost. Like, this? Enable to connect the server. Invalid sockets. Failed address. Address info. HP localhost. So it's failing here. Get address info. Internet protocol of characters, IPv4, decimal. Source name, node. So the first argument is this. So okay, so it's connected, but there's nothing. Freeze the sockets. Bytes received. So statement place this source name. But he's able to connect. So this connects. So this connects. Let's initialize. Resolve the server. So this is doing correctly until one succeeds. So it tries to connect but doesn't find him. So he invalidates socket and then he just fails. So the address info, default, so argument, default port, hints, results, so address info, results. It's a linked list of addresses. But he's not managing to connect to the server. The socket itself is not invalid. Address so there's a connection text. What's AI address? No name is new. That's it. Finally. Okay, so let's remove this. So reading the documentation. Okay, so it works now. Bytes sent, bytes received, connection closed. Bytes received, bytes sent, connection closed. Okay, so now it's working. That's nice. So what should I do next? So it connects, send a buffer, send initial buffer. Receive. So I think I need to basically integrate the clients on my game. So let's let's start by adding the it might conflict both Raylib and Windows. I don't know if I really need this because I need to link with these libraries and WinSockets. So let's see if I can avoid this. Okay. Default buffer length. Okay, so long data. This. Let's see if it compiles. It doesn't. So So it's yeah, it's it's conflicting with the names. Because both Raylib and the Windows API both Raylib and Windows API have the same name, so you can see that it's complaining about closed window and it accepts a handle for the window, and Raylib doesn't need that. So I don't know, there isn't an easy way to namespace the library. Yeah, I didn't anticipated that. How to link to how to link to Windows RH header using read. Is there a way can use CMake to downvote. You have three options. Define required solution. So a lot of people didn't like it. A better solution is the finance. For me, this was enough to compile really with Windows 8. Actually, need help with speed load. So there's a lot of likes. Some likes. White's complaining. Or any library that uses sound. Maybe if I change to 64. No, it's the same. I don't know why it's complaining. Yeah, so it was something I didn't want to deal with, but I totally didn't anticipated that. Didn't anticipate it. Let's see if it just works. It's some error. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think I will end this stream for today. It's annoying. It's annoying. Yeah, I don't want to deal with this now. I don't know if there's a simple way. Just I need to think better what to do in this situation. It's probably recompile. Just rename the raylibs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's for today. I didn't anticipate that. Totally caught off guard. So yeah, I need to solve this, and then I can continue with adding the library, adding the client code to the game. But for now, I just need to deal with this first. And today I want to make a multiplayer game, and I already did some time ago the game, implemented a really polished game, and today I tried to make multiplayer using raylib, but since raylib has these conflicts with the namespace, with the naming of the Windows API, so I was trying to create a server and a client using the Windows API, which was conflicting. So one way to solve it would be to just convert everything to C++ and add the namespace, but you need to add the prefix to every function, to every data type of raylib, so it's quite a lot of work. So I decided, why not try SDL3, since it's already out, this new version, and I can just test this new version. And since I will need to do some modifications to this game, it's better just to start from scratch and keep it very minimal, because there's a lot of things that doesn't really matter for multiplayer games. For example, you have the stars that are in the background, so you don't synchronize between the clients and the server. Also, you have a planet that's spinning also in the background. The music, those are things that you don't synchronize. For example, also you have where is the asset? So like there's explosion. Planet. Okay, so the explosion. You can see this happening. I already saw that while playing Rocket League, where you hear the explosion go, for example, and it's actually then the server sends the correct position of the ball, and the client reconciles the data. and then you see that it wasn't a goal. So the same here, when uh, you have explosions, like when you destroy an asteroid, you don't synchronize, you just fire and forget this the sound effect. So there's no synchronization, there's no going back after firing the sound. And you can also watch the Rocket League presentation on GDC. They explain, I think it's called This is Rocket Science. I think that's the name of the talk. You can watch on YouTube where he explains how the synchronization works, how the client predicts where the players are going and the ball, all that kind of stuff. So I want to basically copy the essentials parts of the game to this new project and add the multiplayer. So it will be easier also to add the multiplayer. It will be less code, so it's more focused as a example after I finish. And let's see. And I was looking at the source code, and I actually, I would say the code is almost prepared for multiplayer, because you can see that I have a fixed array of 100 bullets. So these act like a circular buffer, so it wraps around. And the only thing probably I would change would be to increase this number, because I'm planning to do a 4-player game. So probably if there are 4 players firing a lot of bullets, then 100 in a circular buffer might overwrite like the last. So the bullets might be reaching the end of the screen, and then one player fires another. So that's reset basically to this new location, because he's firing that new bullet. So the index is pointing to that bullet that's almost going out of the screen. And that would be like a weird experience. So you could think that it's almost reaching the asteroid and then just jumps back to the initial position of your ship. So this is basically the whole structure. There isn't like much to add. It's just a matter of synchronizing. So you iterate everything on the client to see where the bullet put, both the position and the position. Velocity. I don't think that velocity I need to send, but rotation. You could add server prediction, I guess. But for now, just focusing on position, and rotation is, I think it's fine. And I just iterate through the array and send that to the server. So here's are the position, or just yeah, because I need position to send the position, then replicate to every other player, and the rotation. Yeah, I think that's correct. And also the meteors are also an array. So probably increase since there's more players destroying asteroids. I don't know. I won't add particles. This is also a visual effect. You don't need. You only need to know if the asteroid is destroyed or not, or the meteor in this case. If it's destroyed, then you show in the client side the particles. And the only thing that would need to change is because it is the ship, because I didn't even create a struct because there is one player. So you can see that it's almost like already kind of a struct of formation here. So you could think of a struct ship and have position, acceleration, and velocity. So this you also need only the rotation and the position. So that's the basics. The rest is just menus and visual effects, audio effects. It's not really important for the game. It's not relevant for multiplayer. And I have this on the Microsoft example of a client and server. I just copy paste it here. And makes a TCP socket. So if you read about multiplayer games and especially action games, TCP is not actually a good option because you have the overhead of the TCP protocol, since it has two main features. That is ordering. So if you receive the packets in order, and also you don't drop any package. So if one doesn't reach there on the client, you need to the TCP protocol resends that, and that is slow. Because you need to send the package again and then wait to receive the ACK or the acknowledgement. So you know for sure that the client received the package. And you have strategies to use a UDP. Then you need to build your own ordering and also this acknowledgement system. There's some blog posts you can read, but I'm just focusing on getting it work with basic TCP and running locally. I think it's fine. Just to get an idea of how it looks like a multiplayer game. So let's start. I already did a setup here. I set up the SDL. You can see that's using the new API with main callbacks. You define functions instead of defining the main function, and then you have the game loop there. And as far as I know, this new approach is more focused on multi-platform support, because not every platform has the same idea of a main function where you call that. So it's better for multi-platform support using this approach. But you can also use the regular main if you want. Just you need to make sure that if it's not too much work after or supporting any platform that you want. And so I just set up a basic window here. It receives you can receive a key codes to kill or escape to exit. I also wrote draw circle because it doesn't have a native function to do that. It's not like Raylib that has a lot of base shapes that you can just write that it's already provided by Raylib. So it's a more of a really base layer on top of the OS. So you can see that's running. It shows the. So I was adding the image package of SDL. You can see that it working, shows the current version and draws circle on the mouse position. Well, I also wrote this to show the FPS. So my monitor is setting 75 Hertz, so it's almost like that. And I was looking at the documentation. You can basically set up these two hints. This is setting true for VSync, so it matches your monitor refresh rate, and this you specify the FPS of your application or of your game. So I could say that it is running at 120. So there's some rounding errors, I guess, but it is 120 frames per second. I will just leave VSync enabled. So the first thing is to render an image. So I have the assets here. I have the ships. So let's try to render one ship. And I need this function. Creates a surface. So I need so in the init IO string. What is IO string? So it has an example here. I don't think it loads PNG. Doesn't load any PNG. What does it load? Just image load. I think it's no, it's using the new. There is a okay, so there is an image load here. First file terms. Newest dense surface. The birth of pixels. Okay, accessible by CPU. What from? So I guess that loads at anything. Okay, let's image load. So I'm running in the build folder, so I need to go back, assets, and let's say ship 0, 0 png, and I need a surface. Let's say ship surface. It's okay. So I would define here the L surface. Right? Is this correct? Yes. Okay, so I have a ship surface. I probably want an array of that. Just ship surfaces. Let's define define max ships. So I have 4 players. So max ship, and this is an array. So an array of pointers of surface, right? I can do egg. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 ships surface. Okay, so loading every image. Do I render the surface? So there is an example here. I need to convert to a texture, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Printf. So create texture from surface. So I will need also. Okay, wait. Texture width, texture height. So we need the texture. So SDL texture. So I need another array. So I can just. Do I need to use the image after? Like. So I have a texture. So after loading the texture, this surface. I don't need this surface after, right? I just need to render the texture. The surface there's a documentation on the surface. Collection of pixels using software bleeding. So pixel pitch and width and height. Rows and range. Yeah, I just can destroy the surface. Do I need to call destroy the surface? I'm loading. Remarks. When done with the return surface, step should dispose with okay. We're using this the 2D render, this equivalent call to load image directly. Call image load texture. So image load texture render. So it's all okay, so that's better. So yeah, so this. Okay, so I need to render. Red have the render here. Okay. So that simplifies a lot. I didn't copy. Okay. Okay, I will look into the. I think it's printer. But which one? There's this one. Ace print F. Like, what's the difference? It works exactly like, but the buffer to write, maximum bytes to write. Text. So I just pass. So I'm guessing that I just pass this. So I want to I have some types defined that are shorter, right? So less than max pips and I plus plus. So instead of this, ship texture. No texture. Okay, so texture. Which texture and this. So the renderer, the file name. So I'm guessing that I just do this file name and it can be like null. So this is the format string. I want this. So I want the integer here. And it will allocate for me. So I need to do this file name. So a pointer to a char pointer. That's basically it. So it will allocate the memory. I don't know if I need this. Not right now, but okay, so I would do this, it would allocate and it returned string is owned by the call. Return the numbers of byte in the new located not confident denominator. So SDL3, SDL3 file name. So in theory should work, right? No errors. That's good, I guess. So I need to render. How do I render? Okay, I want to, the ship can rotate, so there is a function to do that, which is great. So render draw color, so defining the main background color, the clear. Just copy paste this and let's find here. The window height. I have a destination rectangle. Like this. So so let's define Asteroids is the ship textures. Let's take one first. Or just write the. Let's do one first. And it's probably it's a pointer, so it's, I don't remember. It's width. Where's the? Okay, so it's surface. Wait. So I had the texture already. Let's see that. The surf. I don't want. I want the texture. The text. So it's the same. So W for width and height. Texture height. Okay, so window width minus. Okay, so I'm centering. I'm in the center of the screen and rotation on this. So where's the SDL? Vector 2 center, right? On the texture. Texture is this. Where's the rotation defined? Rotation. Okay, so it's okay. Find the rotation. Flip now. I guess it should work. I didn't miss it. The final of cleared. There is no rectangle, or it's just rect. Rect. Just rect. So it's not rectangle, but just rect. What did I miss? And oh, I forgot to actually define this. Yes. So type def float. I want to call this f32 and define a new type for double called f64. Hmm. Yeah. I can just do. What is complaining? So rect and find declared. Yeah, so okay. A typo. Okay. So it's complaining that's not floating points. Okay, so we got keep rotating. That's cool. Okay. Rotate around center. So now let's do yeah, you can just max ships in so the destination station. Yeah. So I'm always centering based on the texture width. Um, Maybe I could create a function for this. Station. Can define a PL texture. Just texture. So I can just change here and it's okay. So I forgot to do this and everything is rendering on top of each other. I don't know if I want this, but it's an integer, right? Okay. Yeah, right. Okay, so I need a different position for each one. Starting position for X. Uh, so I could increase the division to send to the left, and so top right. Yeah, I think that's the. So I need to do some if statement. I want to declare not a float. So the X position. not the x position, but the x user. How do you call this? Yeah, let's do x position. So it's true. And y position also true. So it's in the center. But I don't want to be in the center. So, okay, so doing this, I can. So I need to multiply. Okay. So okay. So instead of division, I want to. So instead of 4, I would need to multiply that by 0.25, right? So it's the same place. So I can do 1.5 and it will render on the. So it goes right in the x and down. So it is bottom right. Okay, so I messed up something. It's not. If it's only one. Okay, so. So it's just 75. Okay, so it's 25 and 75 that I need to use. So basically I can. So let's start everyone at 0.5, 25. So x position and y position. So the first one is in the correct place, 25 and 25. The second one, how do I want this? I could do like clockwise, counterclockwise, or mechanics. Let's go clockwise. So the next is, so if I equals 1, so the next one, x position is 75. So we can see that true, okay. So the next one, you need both the x and the y. I forgot something. Okay, forgot to change, yeah. Okay, so 3 of them, and so this is only the x, only the y position. Okay, so I have now the 4 players, each of them in one position. Okay, everything works, and then they are Okay, so they're spinning correctly. Okay, so now, okay, let me see. I can delete this. They create. Yeah. So let's create the structure for holding the all the data on the ship. Hmm. Yeah, so I think that's. So let's create a struct ship. So what I need is a vector 2 for a position. So you can see that I need both a position and a velocity. You can see here. A position, velocity, and acceleration, it's a constant. The rotation speed, also a constant, and the ship radius for the collision detection. So in this project, I organized like this. You can see each file handles a different part of the game. So everything related to the ship goes here. So we just call a function, and every variable is global. So I guess I should probably do this. Um, make the same thing here. So let's create the vector 2 velocity. And the acceleration I don't need. I can just copy this. Ship acceleration, okay. Ship rotation degrees and rotation speeds. So let's this. Ship radius. Okay. So I need the rotation. I wrote degrees here. Okay, so I multiply per degrees to radians. So rotation. Let's call rotation. So each of them has a difference. Each of them has these properties. And the last thing is it would be to add ID. So like this. And I think that it will be the index. Okay, so I need the ID for that. I could just use the index as the ID. I don't need to pass this around. Since I'm iterating the array, already have the ID. I don't know if I want this. Yeah, let's simplify. So I will want ship, ships and max ships. So I have an array of okay, so initialize everything as 0. What I want to do is I do have a destination rect. It's just for drawing, right? I think I do something like this. Where I draw a ship. Yeah, so I have a ship texture. I have the size of the texture. So it goes from 0, 0 to the texture width and height. Position. Yeah, it's basically the same. What I did here. Yeah, just wrote a function draw shape. So in the okay, so yeah, the position will be yeah, I just wrote this and basically need to delete because using percentage like like it's fine to do in this context where you want just to set up the thing, but you this value you'll get from ship like position dot x basically. So you can delete this and where's it? Okay, I can simplify like this. I could do a calculation of this on the startup because I have the textures. This ship position. Because I would need to only update this value. Let's leave this for now. So where's the... Okay, so these ships, I need a position for that. So it will need to be hard coded anyway. I could do the same thing I did before. So if the I is X, so the default X will be the top left corner. For that, I need the window width, right? Or the half. So I basically, no, I can just do half window width divided by 2. And the same for the height. So setup. So X and Y. Okay, let's actually start at the center. So this is the center. You could, okay, so it is a little off. Okay, so it is not accounting for the ship size. Yeah, so basically doing the same. Ship textures Y. It's not division. Height. Okay, so it should be in the center. But it's not in the center because I need to do this. And I guess it doesn't seem the center. Like maybe drawing some lines on the center. Yeah, let's draw some lines. There's an example, drawing lines. A render line. Okay, so I just set this. Okay, we need 2 lines. Of opaque, I don't know what color. Let's red. So the X will be 0 and the Y is half window height. So the first line I'm doing from left to right. Half window height? No. Wait. Yeah, it's half window height, right? So the same here because I want to, and then window width. So across the whole width of the window. So it's correct, at least. And the half window height. So the X the x. It's not. Wait. So the x in the middle, and the y is 0, and here the y is window height, and here is still 0 because wait, the x. So no, wait, the x is the window width, and should do right. So it's in the middle, alright. So what I can do is basically do the same thing that I deleted. I shouldn't have deleted, yeah. But x equals x 0.5. Okay, so once here, yeah. Wait, can I just do this? So the first one. So everyone's drawing in the center. I need so the y. So I need every index 0.5. I remove this. Will complain. It's not complaining. Alright. 2, 3. Okay, so top left. Then this is top right. So top right. Bottom left. And 25 and 10. So it's not what I wanted, but it was adding the where's the it was adding something. What are you doing differently? So I guess if I want to do this, so I need to do this. So both 1, 5. Let's see how. So it's correct. I just want to test maybe how it looks with 20. It's complaining. Why it's complaining? So it's complaining that this is a double, but this is not. Okay. Uh, so for this, I need to specify f. Okay. Actually, let's remove the frames counter. I want to delete. Yeah, it doesn't. Let's keep 25. So let's see which ones is not. So the second one. So the second one is okay. So just need to change this. No, that's 0.75. 75. Okay, so everyone starts in the corner. That's nice. So let's add. Okay, so they're rotating. Let's. Okay, so let's change the rotation to ships. I rotation. So none of them will rotate. Can I implement rotation? Let's see. Accelerate regions. Where is this? Do I handle in the main function? Let's see. Yes, so the rotation speed by multiply by delta time and slow motion factor. I don't need this. So I need to make sure to, when hitting the key. Okay, so if it's key down, I have if key code equals SDL, probably scan code. Let's make A. Okay. And this. Okay. This is A and D. So I need to only rotate one ship. So the first ship is the player. Okay, so here's one thing. I need to when I connect, I need to assign that to. So wait, when I connect to the server, it will return the index of my ship, right? Would I need to change this to have like ID of my ship so I can modify? Probably, because I will have every client will have all the ships running. So probably I would need to change this. So let's get the rotation. I just so the left rotation is negative, and there's rotation speed. Ship radius, duration. times. Okay, so I don't have the delta time. Because it's. I need to copy paste this. Let's create fake delta time here. Rotation speed. Eh. Okay, so it's not very too fast. Yeah. It's a little better. Let's see. So there's this small. You click and he goes, and then. So it runs only when a new input or key presses first. Event key down. There is no event key pressed on SDL, so in we'll see if we can fix later. So I have the rotation now. Can I just? Okay, so I'm ready to do this. Maybe because it is rotating, it's like degrees. Because I was using that. Rotation speed, rotation degrees, and I converted before actually displaying. Where is it? Rotation degrees. No, I just. Okay, so I'm rotating degrees. Do I have the definition here for degrees to radians? Okay, so pi divided by 180. Degrees to radians. Okay, so but I use it. So I just do this. So it's too slow. I suspect that it's. Let's actually see the documentation. Texture rotated. Where is the? So angle is in degrees, the indication rotation. Okay. So it is in angles. Okay, so makes sense. So the rotation speed. Everything should. Okay, I think that's fine. So what I want is to add the going forward. So W. So I need to do some integration. No. Let's do acceleration. Position. Okay, so let's just copy paste. After 2, sine cosine. Okay, so I have the. So now, since this rotation is in degrees, I need to convert radians. So I have the radians here. And then using the sine and cosine, you get the direction of that. And now that I have the direction, I can shape acceleration. That's correct. There is no slow motion factor. There is a fake delta time. And I add to the velocity of the ship. So ships dot velocity plus direction. Okay. So when updating, okay, so showing the iterate, I have the rotation. I can delete this. Let's separate a renderer. Oops. 0. And this is position, and this one. Wait, actually. Okay, so this is also position. Yeah, so I need this function wrap. Okay, so velocity. Slow motion factor, there is no more. And there is delta. Delta. Okay. There is no wrap function. Okay, so yeah, just window width, window height, position wrap. Can I have the source code here? Yeah, I don't have, but let's write one. Wrap. So I expect a float, the value, and the minimum value after to a max value. And if I think I use, wait, but you can't use. You could use modulo, and so I could use. So let's say if the value is greater than the max value, I could just do return the value minus the max. Well, let's say it's 1. The max value. No, I can choose that. Because if it's 3, it's still greater than max. I could just do a while loop and eliminating max. That actually works, right? Let's say if I have a value 3 and the max is 1. So if the value is greater than max, then I have 3 minus 1, that is true, then minus 1 is 1. I think that's correct. Because you want between 0 and 1. So if you had, let's say 0.5, and you had, let's say you have 0.25 and you had 0.75 as the value. You eliminate 25, becomes 50, 25 again, and wait. No, have a max, have a value of 75, you have a max of 25. It's multiple. Let's say you have a value of 30. Let's say you have a value of 30 and I have 40. I just eliminate 30. I think that works. I can just do this and what about the minimum value? So I could just return the value here, but I need to make sure that is between the minimum value. So if the value is less than so if it's in between these two values, it doesn't execute any of this. Do I add the, let's say the minimum value is 10 and I have 5. Do I add the minimum value? So let's say I have 5 value and so the minimum value is 10. And I have 15. No, it's 10 and I have 5. Do I add? It's no wait. I think that's wrong. Better just look at the. Raylibs in GitHub. Better just look at source code. Okay, just copy paste this. I'm not even gonna read this. So, yeah, it's way more complex than that. Value minus math and mean. The form. He's doing some kind of percentage. The value minus mean, the max minus mean. Let's say mean is 10 and 30. And 10 and 30, and then this 20. 10 to 30. Okay, so wait. So removing the minimum from the max gives the value. So I have 30 and 10 and remove that, and this is 29. There's 9. 1. 10 20 divided by 10, 2 times 2. And that's really crazy. Okay, so I don't know. Let's complaining. What's complaining? It's points. X and Y. Velocity is not a member of inheritance. Okay, so okay, so okay, it's working. It's not working. Okay, the wrapping is working. It's a few little very slow, but that's fine. So the basic movements is set. And I want to it's already an hour and a half, so I'll just commit that. Add initial movement first. So I think that's it for today. Just need to add the bullets, the meteors, and then after that it's just synchronizing, actually synchronizing the client and the server. So I think that's it for today. Okay, thanks for joining, and we'll continue my multiplayer Asteroids. I already have some ships, drawing some ships in the screen, different positions, and you can also move. And I was thinking about this code because in this new approach for STL, this function is called when input or key press occurs. So I was thinking if I could do in a different way. Instead of doing the calculation of the rotation inside of this, just define some variable when I can say that is being pressed. So let's say I want to define enum. So like def enum. Action. Let's say action, and since that C doesn't have a namespace for enums, I want to do a maybe act. Let's say rotating left, rotating right, and act moving forward. So I can have action and current action. And current, okay, so I need also act none. So act none. It's not pressing anything. So here I can say that current action is the rotating left, and here the rotating right, and here is moving forward. And in the rendering or in the main loop, I just do if current action. Better just use a switch. Current action. Let's grab these. Okay, so I have case and break. Okay, so copy this code here and can remove this, get this one here. And one here. Okay, so for the action none, I need to know if none of these are being pressed. So actually, let's create another switch case. The codes, and for each of these, okay, so case, let's create a break. Move that here. I don't think it needs this. Move this. Move. So now I can have a default and current action is act now. Okay, I think that's it. Action doesn't matter. Can remove this. Okay, so it failed. What is complaining? Complaining about delta. Okay, so have a different name for delta time. Still complaining. So scan code is not a raw. Okay, so not can't be used in enumeration. Why not? Oh, okay, so I guess is warning that I'm not. Okay. Yeah, I want to disable this. Where's the code for? There isn't a. Okay, so the warning is this. Sometimes this is actually good to have, but it's so many enumerations that I will need to write that doesn't make sense. Okay, so this complain. Okay, so no. Okay, it works, and now it, okay, so okay, so okay, it's better now. I just need to do one more thing. Wait, it's in the wrong place. When key down, so I need a key up. Key up. I don't need this. Key codes, and if it's up, then I can just find this, right? Do I want? Because it's not just any key up. It's these ones. I will leave this. This. Okay, so it's complaining again. Because I don't have a default. There's this other. So many. Save it. Okay, now it's working. So we can move like this. Okay, so I need to press again to start the movements, the forward movements. You can see that if I move, only rotate but doesn't leave, doesn't release the forward button, it continues in the same direction. It shouldn't happen. So moving forward. The current action. Okay. So I get it. Yeah, okay, so yeah, because what's I can just remove these, right? No, wait, no, I can this one. Yeah, so I need to use a if statement current action, because when I press, because I'm using only wait. I'm using only one action. I want both rotating and moving forward. Let's action rotate. And a boolean for moving forward goes false. So basically one current rotation direction. No rotation. Current rotation direction. And need to change here. Yeah, I need to basically change everything. So if equals equals then else if equals then if so I basically can enable again this. So else is this. No, it's this one. Delete all this. also work here. It's current rotation now. And I don't need anything else. I need if. Rotation. No, not current rotation. It's moving forward. And moving forward. And now it should work. Okay, so now when you rotate, the direction is correct now when you move forward. So it's always pointing or facing the way the ship is facing. Okay, so let's commit, fix ship movement. Yeah, that's basically it. Okay, now I want to add the bullet. Where's the bullet? We'll just copy paste all of this, and let's add explosion was not used. 2 radius. The text. Okay, so that's one texture. But this is now an STL texture pointer. Let's say max bullets. Max bullets. Just have 1,000. Okay, so I have bullets and 32 rotation, position, velocity. Okay. The bullet index, so I iterate. When I shoot a bullet, you increment that. You have also a way to reset. So if I initialize with zeros, then you see in the top corner, in the top left corner, the texture there. So I don't want this. I need to init the bullets. So resetting is actually defining the position at minus 30. So let's do here. Bullets. Minus 30. Okay, so now I need to Let's actually display this on the center of the screen. Half window width, half window height. Yeah. Now you need to know if I press the space bar. Let's just do J for now. So shoot bullets each. I do this. Leave both position. Okay, so wait. So I need the rotation from the ship. The position and the rotation from the ship. So vector 2 rotation equals ships. Not kind. Rotation and position. So I get the radius, the direction, and set the same position. The direction, rotation, that's it. Okay, now I need to render. X bullets, and I need to do this again. So instead of texture, ship texture is the bullet texture. I didn't load the texture. I need to load the texture. File name is these assets and bullets. Bullet texture. Okay, now here I have the texture. I don't need this. Ship position. No. So the bullets, and the bullet. The center's texture width. Okay. Position, correct. Texture is not. Texture. This complaining. Okay, so mistyping. Bullets. I don't know if you can do this in C, so let's make it one by one. Position equals position. Wait, the lost. No, rotation equals okay. So okay, so it's kind of working. Okay, so if I press J, I need to press 2. Okay, so 1,000. That's a lot. Okay, so it's yeah. We need to change this. Okay, so wait, I'm not updating the book. That's the problem. So let's, where is it? The ship. I can update here. So maps, bullets. Delta time. And I need to implement this. For now I can just comment. And let's see. Okay. So it's not correctly centered. Okay, so what I'm missing? I'm dividing by 2. So it should display in the center. Wait. So it's not centered, right? Because I need to do this. But that's okay, not. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm guessing that it is not updating accordingly because I'm doing the same stuff. So let's actually see what is the spacebar. Key codes. Okay. No. M code. Events key down. That events. Keyboard. So that's it. So I guess that we use this one. Yeah, no. Where is the space? There it is. Let's leave Jaden. So I'm guessing I need to do the same for fire. So firing is false. and firing equals true. Firing false and moving forwards. If firing okay, that's really nice. You can see that the actually is not. So it's not matching up the in the center of the ship. Okay, so let's fix that later. It's working. I don't have these sort of bounds yet. Can we add later? Okay, so let's add the asteroid. Okay, so okay, can commit that. So add both. So let's add the asteroids. The asteroid. So we need this. So a meteor. Okay, we'll change to asteroids. Boson particles I don't need. Particle star I don't need. The radius I want have different radius for different types of asteroids. So different sizes. I think I will have only one type. The texture, so the texture will be the same. The position and velocity. I don't need rotation. So let's create the asteroid. Max asteroid. Let's say what's the maximum? 20. Maybe let's start with 20. So I need to load the texture and the so meteor 0. Okay. Meteor texture. I need to define the texture. DL texture meteor. Okay, so asteroid Okay, so I'm loading the asteroids. Asteroids. Let's display on the center. I don't need to be rotated. So rotation, I can just do 0. The center, destination, the asteroids, texture, asteroids, position. So it should work. It doesn't. What's complaining about? Asteroid text. Type of struct. Okay, so I forgot to add a pointer. It crashed. Okay, so it didn't. It crashed because it didn't find. Not in the center. So okay. So, okay, now it's correct. So what I need is the function to spawn meteors for the asteroids. Thanks for falling. So let's grab this to. Where's the init function? Okay, so after loading the textures, I need to spawn the meteors, and function to spawn is this. It's all of this, right? Do I need any other thing? Meteor? No. Draw reset. Okay, so this and here. Okay, so there's a lot of things. So I don't have a meteor anymore. It's an asteroid. Right. On padding. Okay. On locations. Have full screen width. height, screen height. It is window height, and the screen width is screen. It's window. Wait, window. So the radius. Okay, so I don't need this anymore. I want all the same radius. So I can say asteroid radius. So I need a random value. Meters and the asteroid. Location. Location index. Reach angle. Degrees. No value. Velocity. Texture. Don't need this. So the random value we'll grab from Raylib, GitHub, random value. Get random value. Oh wait. Let's just copy this. Don't need this. And delete this. So reference. Range is not defined, so right. Okay, rent is from standard lib. I think that SDL might have one of these rents. Okay. can just use that. And so you need also to call this. And where is it? Init. Let's go here. And there's the value to use as a random seed or 0 to use get performance counter. So I can pass 0 to basically generate a random value for me. Because yeah, I think that's it. 0. It's complaining again. So I forgot to accept the number of possible outcomes. Possible number of number less than n for positive n. Returns a random value in the range of 0 and n minus 1. Probably I want 1. So probably I need to do something different here. Right below. So it's generating the same place. Yeah, so I guess this should work. So now I need to update the meet the asteroids. Where is the update? Let me just in the main file. Yeah, so Okay, so I need a way to reset that. So I need first the out of bounds function. I have here. Can just here out of bounds position. So there is a out of bounds, and I also need to check for the asteroids. So here. So instead of reset bullets, reset asteroids. Actually reset asteroids. So we need the reset bullets is basically doing changing the position to -30, like I do here. So, and there's also velocity, right? I have the velocity on the asteroid and the rotation. I don't think I need rotation, but velocity to set to 0. Reset bullet and velocity is 0. And now to reset. Wait, I'm resetting everything. I'm just resetting that specific bullet, so I don't need to iterate. I just need to have an index. And the same for the meteor. Or the asteroid. Reset asteroid. Asteroid. So the position, I can increase that. Velocity, okay. So it's complaining, it's window width and window height. Okay, so it will respawn the meteors. It's only resetting. Oh, okay, so I do spawn meteor. Okay, so actually I don't need a reset for asteroids. I just need to spawn again this specific meteor. Spawn meteor receives asteroids. Okay, now it should work. So it's respawning, goes out of bounds, Okay, so now it's working. And I don't need this. I can remove this function. Now it's almost done, the logic. I just need to add the collision for the bullet and the asteroid that is around here. So, so while iterating through the array of asteroids, I check the collision with the first with the ship, and then here I check with the bullets check collision meter. I have another array to another for loop to iterate through the bullets to check the collision with that current meteor, or in this case the current asteroid. Circle collision is very easy, and you can just check the code for arraylib, because you need to know the distance between the two radius. If you sum the radius, if this distance between the center of two circles are greater than the sum of the radius, then it's not colliding. That's the basic logic for collision detection. So circle collision. Circle. It's so you can see that you have the distance between the centers and the distance squared. Then you have the sum of the radius, and if it's less, then the squared sum, it is colliding. Let's add here. I don't have a circle struct. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. to have, because the position and the radius are separate anyway. You can see that the position and radius are separate, so it doesn't make sense to create a struct for that. So this should be enough. Okay, so circles are colliding. Now I go to the, where is it? So the bullet position and bullet radius. Wait. Um, Actually, I need to do this here. About okay, so asteroids, asteroids radius dot position. If circles are colliding, you spawn a new meteor and reset the bullet. I think that's it. Let's test. Okay. It's shooting at too much. Don't think there's a way to check if it's only pressed. No. Hmm. It's not resetting the bullet. No, because I'm passing the wrong argument. Okay. So I think that the um let's actually draw. Where draw this circle? Ooh. So move the asteroids and the bullets. Bullet position. And the radius. Bullet radius. It can be this. And where is steroids? Steroid radius. Okay, so it is. It's the wrong. Mm -hmm. So, do I need to add the center to this? Like vector 2. Let's remove that for a second. Right position dot x dot y plus center dot x dot y vector, I don't know, ABC. ABC dot x. Okay. Okay, because I'm getting the top left corner of this texture for the, so I need these. So I guess I can do this in the initialization. Asteroids. Virtual asteroids center. And bullet center. Right. Wait. Actually, I don't need this because I'm spawning the meteors. And the bullet. Delete this. Copy this. Bullets. Bullet center. Now circles. Okay, so before need a vector to center. I need both asteroids. To flash the name. Instead of center, let's say bullet texture center. And same for the asteroid center, asteroid texture center. Asteroid center is position of x, position of y, plus asteroid center. Bullet. J bullet. Bullet center, asteroid center. Now it should. Okay, so I think it fixed it. Okay, so I think I finished the main components of the game. Now I can work on the networking itself. So let's commit that. Commit address and collision. So I have the server. I just copy this. Server.c. Okay, so create a socket, bind the socket, listen, accept, and then close. You don't need this server socket anymore. Oh. Receive. Receive until the peer shuts down the connection. So while result. So I will create a build server.net, and I have basically I can copy this, just remove this, so client it and move. So servers. Let's try to build. Yes. So I guess it's working. Now I need to connect the client. So I need to adapt the game. Hmm. Okay, so I'm thinking in maybe I should separate other files. Uh, so, hmm, let's see how you send. Where is it? Socket. You send. You need the socket and buffer. Hmm. Actually, let's try to implement this network. Let's see if it compiles. There's a lot of things. Hmm. The first thing is this data. It's not used anywhere. Okay, so let's add here. We need the result. Okay, it seems that it worked, so we can delete this. Okay, now I can delete this. The address info. So I have a struct for the address info. I have result, pointer, and hint. I need this entire section. So network. So the hint. You basically define since this is a struct, you could do this, I guess. You initialize as 0 and then you wouldn't need this. I love it. Resolve the argument. So this in the documentation is localhost. Okay, so the pointer tries to get a point. The connection, attempt to connect address until one succeeds. Connect. Okay, connect to the server. Great. So if it gives an error in the connection, you continue, but if not, you just break from the loop. Okay, so then you free the result. If it's invalid, enable. Okay, I just set here, and if the loop ends, you just warn that it didn't connect to the server. After that, okay, so it should throw an error, not this one. What is complaining? Okay, so okay. Change this to remove this and should work. Complaining again. Okay, so they don't have the connection. Okay, so wait, what? It's trying to connect. It won't. Okay. It didn't print anything. It didn't give any error about pocket connection. So actually, let's try this. Build server. Okay, so the server is running, and let's run the client. Okay, receive failed. Didn't send anything. Okay, so let's try to send this. Send initial buffer. String online. To have this buffer, send the buffer, the receive buffer, the receive length. I don't need this for now. Let's try this. So bytes received, bytes sent. Okay. And the cleanup you don't need. Basically, don't need this. Need this. So we don't need to shut down. Because the client will continue sending stuff. Receive until the peer closes the connection. But you shut down here. In the server. Yes, accept the client. So I don't need this, and I would need this. Actually, I would need only this, and it would run in the main loop like this. Then I can this. Build server. Um, it is blocking. Bytes receive, bytes send. Hmm. Which is the log because it's uppercase. And so it is working, but it needs to be asynchronous. Okay, so I think that's enough for today. I will add the initial server and client code. So I think that's it for today. We'll look into how to make asynchronous, and from there I can receive and send and receive message to the server and the client, and then I can finally finish the game by sending the data for the position, rotation from all the entities of the game, and then synchronize between the clients. So I would need to change here in the server actually to accept more than one client, but that is for another day. Today I want to continue on my Asteroids multiplayer game, and last time I was if you remember, there was some delay. I will try to demonstrate here. Build server and build that. You can see that it basically hangs, doesn't work, like, because the socket is actually listening in a synchronous way. So you can see that it basically stops, and let's close the program. But you can see that it's connected to the server and received the message and also sent. So you can see bytes received. But the problem is that it is on the main loop here is calling receive. So it's trying to receive data from the server. And if the result is positive, so it received the bytes, the amount of bytes, equals 0, connection closed. And if it's a negative number, you can print the error. And to make asynchronous, I remember one article that I read from Gaffer on Games. There's a lot of good articles about networking programming, especially for games. And one of these articles, he does a minimal implementation, a cross-platform implementation of socket communication. And he shows how to do to set for non-blocking. So basically, every OS have a way to do this. On Linux, you call this function and set to non-blocking. And on Windows is this function, and also you pass a value 1 to activate the non-blocking. And that's basically it. You can read the documentation. There isn't much to say about it. So I was testing, and it's just simple as that to just call this function, and you can see that it doesn't hang anymore. So let's start again. Now you see the game plays. Okay, so I press Q. Okay. But you can see that it is returning error. So let's go back to the code. So receive fade with error. So we can see that it's 10,035. So what is this error? So if you can look at the documentation, and you can see that it is this value here. So I think it's Windows socket. I don't know, this error would block. So what it means is that it received something, so it would block that call. But if it's a non-blocking, you just know that it received something. From blocked cannot complete, for example, receive when no data is queued to be read from the socket. Okay, so basically it's just saying that it didn't receive anything, so that's why it's complaining. I think I can just do this and basically deal with only this one, because that's the only one I care if I received something. So I have the buffer to receive and also a buffer to send. So you can see that sending also works. So both are receiving a lot of stuff. Bytes received. And okay, so yeah. So I think I got the main communication. So you can see that both the server and client can communicate. So we received 17 bytes and sent. So basically he's doing sending whatever it receives back to the client. So I don't think I need any of this. Byte sends, failed. Maybe I want. So echo the buffer back to the sender. Receive and so let's okay, so instead of so I'm thinking in doing the first thing in the loop, receive all the data from the server, so we can update the contents of the state of the game. Then I run the client update, all the logic, and finally I send the client data to the server to then distribute that to other clients. So actually, I would need I actually need to receive more to receive from more than one client, and I'm just receiving from one. That socket. So basically, I would need to have an array of sockets. I don't need this. So how would I do this? Basically, so I bind. So I just need to call this in the loop, right? I don't know if I want to do this now or if I want to make it work with one client and then change to work with the other clients. Okay, look, let's do the first, connecting multiple clients. Instead of this, okay, so client socket. It is now, let's say, so here's one thing that it would be nice to share. It's these max chips. So let's create another file. Let's say ship.c and put this here. Then I can include that. So source and source ship.c, right? So it should work. Probably because it's not just okay. So it's working. So now I can also include that in the server. Include source trip.c, and I can just define this here. Max trips. Right. And let's create socket creation, socket connection index 0. So when it connects, when one client connects, I update this index to store the next one. Just for the I don't know if I want to do invalid sockets. Just let's do it anyway. Max chips. So client socket is actually I invalid socket. Okay, so now I want to listen that. So instead of doing this here, I would do this here. So if the socket connection index is less than max chips, then I want to execute this. Hey, thanks for the follow. So I want to execute the accept. So we need the index. And then I update that index for the next one. Okay, so maybe doing this after. So it's accepting the socket. Now the client socket you need to change to use that index. So let's, okay, so so this seems correct. And now I need to do iterate to the sockets client. So I 0 chips. I can grab everything. So now it's actually this. So if I receive something, I want to print both the bytes received and the index of that connection. So the result and I. I think that's all. I just need to okay, so let's build the server. Okay, server is running. I don't think it changed. Can just start the game. Let's see. Why is not running? Hmm. 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 Let's create another run not bet. Basically, run dots. Not. Why it's not executing? Okay, one. Um, so what is happening? What? Why it's running the build bet? Okay, so why it's copying? I'm not even running the build.bat. So, okay, so I closed because now I can delete. Asteroids build. Why it's running the main of the build bet? Okay, so let's try again. I compiled already the game, so let's build the server. Okay. So let's start the game. Okay. And it doesn't work. I just tested. Why it doesn't execute? Let's what? So if I execute, compile and execute, then suddenly works. But I can't double click to execute. How to execute? I'm running batch file. Execute another file. Microsoft. Ultimately. Okay, so can do this. Build server. Let's try. Okay, so okay, it is closing the connection when it receives. It wasn't doing that. Let's see. Okay, so it should print an error. Receive doesn't print anything. Let's see what the if no error occurs, the value of type solid is the script for the new socket. Okay. Otherwise, a value of invalid socket. I probably want to fix this. Let's see. So accept. It's connect. Okay. It should print an error, right? So yeah, because weird. So it's working, right? You can see that it prints bytes and just finish the execution. So I want to try. Instead of calling main, I want to call the command line, and instead of this, I would call the main.exe. Let's say 555. It couldn't find. Okay, so it's only this, right? Okay, so we can close. It doesn't return any error. So I could do this, correct? So now two instances are. So one died? Now it's running two instances. Okay. So for some reason it didn't first time. So it receives from one and just returns. It's not what I want. Let's see if I can fix that. So let's first give a upvote because that's the correct solution. Okay. So one part of the puzzle, it's kind of solved. So what I need to understand is why it's not printing an error. So everything that returns should print an error. I'm compiling with a lot of flags, right? This thing leave. I don't know if you need this. Okay, so it failed to call main exe or to crash it. Is there some checking that I'm not doing? Start the failed. Able to connect. It should. It should at least print some. Okay. This one just simply doesn't execute. So what's wrong? Like I have server diagnostic. Where's the build server? Same. So I build the server and then remove. So instead of here, maybe here. So the build server is. Better just call this inside of the build file instead of starting another. Maybe I want separate window. So I just push, compile, and execute this because it's already deleted everything. Now it runs. Okay, maybe it has something with that. Okay, so both died. Build server bat is not. What? Okay, so I'm not in the root folder anymore. So this. And it's executing. Okay, it's okay. Let's see if it's working. Okay, one received and other just died again. So maybe it's okay. So okay. I think I got it. The second client is trying to connect, but since the server is for some reason shutting down, it doesn't connect and basically dies because it can't connect. Okay. So why is happening this? So if there's an error, it should. I don't know. Let's try. It says that it doesn't need anymore. Maybe for some reason. No, it died again. So this is one. So it reaches here. It actually prints the byte received and then tries to send, but doesn't. It sends. Okay. Then it just ends the loop, right? Wait. I think that it's this. It's not. The result is actually. It doesn't make. Okay, so it's different. The send result. So it's received an error, but since I'm not catching that, it's this this is false, so it exits. So let's try again. Okay, received, failed, received, failed, received, failed 3 times and then died. Okay, so this is just doesn't have message receiving so failed. There's this error. Close this. Where's the error? Okay, don't have. error codes, it was 38. Not a socket. Socket operation on non-socket. Operation attempt on something that is not a socket. Either the socket can parameter did not reference a bad socket. Or select member of. So but it so it receives from the first, but not from the rest. It can't accept more sockets. The script identifies sockets, replace listing state with listing function. The script then identifies a socket that has been placed in a listening state with a listen function. Connectors. But I listen in the listen socket, not on the client. So this is actually the server. So I bind listen, so it can list to this amount of sockets. Okay, so where is now the backup? Accept connections. A socket is first created with the socket function bound to local address with the bind. Backlog for incoming connects specified with list. Okay, so it defines the number of sockets that can listen to. Then the connections are accepted with the accept function. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Sockets that are connection oriented, those of types socket string, for example, are used with list. Socket as we call it listen function Bluetooth application. It's used by the server that can have more than one connection request at a time. If connection request arrives and the queue is full, connection refuses. If there is a connection, no available sockets. Do I need to make a sync? It shouldn't require to make non-blocking, right? Because you already have the maximum number of sockets specified. But let's try random things. Where is it? Listen. Where do I put this? After the connection, listen bind sockets. Reason. Sockets connect. Distance. It just failed with this error. It is 35 would block. What? Okay, so now both are dying. So I think this is not. Or maybe after bind and list. No. So I guess it's not. So one manage. It's not a socket because it's not connecting. It's not accepting a new connection, but why? The address optional point above receives the address. And length. Let's see. And 38 is this one, not a socket. Okay, so listen socket is not a socket? Wait, what? Socket operation on non-socket. But I was doing a socket operation. I don't close the socket anymore. What if I do this? It fails faster. Okay, so this. Okay, so probably this. Okay, that's good. It didn't work. It still fails. Okay, I need to ask this to ChatGPT because I don't know what is happening. Maybe he gives some clue. Okay, forgot to. And it's not accepting more connections. It fails with this list has been closed before it should, but there is no closing. Okay, so let's here is the full code. But managing the listening source. Listen and the client source is the key to address. Prematurely. Really? Yeah, but I want receive. Making sense. Socket has made using logic to handle problems. Okay, so it's okay. So yeah, so I guess that makes sense. Okay, so it's okay. Yeah, I think that's it because it is executing, but there's no clients connecting. So, but where's the other one? This failed. So it still fails. There is any other close? Jesus. Listen. Clients. Right? But first, okay, so it died. So yeah. So that was the problem. Uh, kind of. Wait. Okay, so in return. Okay, so let's actually delete this. Don't. If it is invalid, I just print. Else, I just add the connection. So it continues. It continues checking the connection. So the first one connects and increments, right? Let's print this also. Connection index. So this started, this failed to start, and connection index 1, that's correct. But the next ones, it's invalid and that's it. What if I did a while? Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It's connected. Huh. That's really cool. Interesting. So it first waits for everyone to connect, and then after connecting, so I need four other players. Whoops. 7 and 8888. So I can delete. So now everyone is receiving bytes. Okay. So everyone is sending and receiving the same thing. That's a good first step. Let's see. Okay, now let's think. Okay, now I managed to connect all the clients. Hmm. So I need to send from one node to another. First, I need a way to send the. Okay, so I can do this. Let's do this. I'm sending the first thing I will send to the client. My result is thing. So the first thing should be okay. So it will conflict. First send. Don't need this. I don't need this. What I want is this. So receive buffer. I'm result. Oh, the number. Okay, so okay. So size buffer. So send. It, this actually didn't help. Okay, so send was. Where is it? Send. Buffer length. So it needs to be a constant buffer of char. A point to buffer containing. Okay. So I guess you can treat that like you can have multiple bytes. Let's see. Char buffer. So I need to malloc this, right? Since I want to store a number, could I do this? The connection index. I don't think it's possible. Yeah, let's actually finish the implementation first. So there was an error and just closed. The size is 1 in this case. Socket connection is an integer. I can just do unsigned short. Okay, so it differs. We can have a card. Yeah, I think I need to. Actually, let's grab these things. Okay, so because I'm using SDL. Yeah, it's different. I assigned is just this, and the rest is. So I can just do this instead. So the buffer, I need to size of buffer. I think that's it. Did not specify it. That's socket connection. So what I'm sending is the. Yeah, I basically will send 0 as IDs. It failed. Yeah. Just because I'm not using this. Okay, it's not referenced. So just say this. So, results. Okay, there is a lot of things going on. Speed. Okay, I can. It sends. It didn't print anything? It was supposed to... print? Okay, there's no printing. But the first one. Let's print on the client. So I receive something. Okay, byte received and receive buffer. So SDL log. I don't care about bytes. Okay, it will receive the first one and... So actually, let's do... So I set for non-blocking. Yeah. So I could do is to set non-blocking after receiving that. So it blocks and byte receive 1. Okay. Now I could read the ID. So it's receive 1 byte. I could just cast that to UH. Receive buff. Is that possible? Okay, so the full buffer length. Okay, so let's actually do this. Can I just do this? Wait. Needs to be a character pointer. So term buffer. I could cast to that and do this. Okay, let's try this. Okay. Yeah, specified size. Okay, so ID 1, 2, 3, and 0. Okay, I got it. So now that I have the IDs, I can specify the... Okay, so you can see that the current player. I'm doing this, like ships. So this is hard-coded for the first. So everyone would move the first one. But instead, I can do this. Player ID. So it starts with 0. And basically, I wait and... Where's the code? It's up here. Where is it? So I have a global player ID. We'll receive a cast. So basically, we'll do this. Player D. And now that I have a player ID, I set for non-blocking. I don't need to send this. Name to connect server. Exit. So now what I can do, okay, so I don't need any of these. Draw circle. Last time. So the ship is the player ID. So I think it should work. Let's see. This one, it is not moving. Wait, okay, so yeah, this one is... I think I'm doing something wrong. So yeah, it's in the movement. There is some place that I forgot to add. Yes. Do I have any others? No. So yeah, now I think it's correct. Okay, so I have this ship. I can move. So this is the one player. Here's the other player. 1 second, I need to take a call. Okay. Yeah. So I think for today is enough. It's working. Each player. Uh, so I will take a break, and sometime later I will go back to it and finish the implementation. So see you next time. And I will continue working on my multiplayer asteroids. And last time I streaming, I managed to make it work with. So you can see that each game has sets a unique ID for each player. So this player runs this ship, this player this one, this player that, and then the first. Okay, so now I want to synchronize their movements. I want to take small steps. So I think that doing the sending the position of each ship should be a good start. So I will put before the rendering. So I need to send a buffer. Let's say position buffer. So what I need to send here. So I can only send char buffer. So I need to do something with that. And I need to know which player is sending that value. So there is a way to know which one. Okay, so I'm iterating. Okay, so this is asynchronous. Actually, it's synchronous for now. So let's change for that. So basically, I'm waiting to receive, for example, the first one. So it blocks, I guess. So it blocks until it receives a value. Then I can send that to the others. Okay. So let's actually do this. Because I will receive, I will know which index is sending that. So I will need to iterate again. Okay. Minus a minus max, not max. Tips and j plus plus. Right. Okay, so now I will set the initial value to be 0. I remember seeing a trick where you could just specify like this. Yeah, I don't remember. Let's create a if I is different than j, then we want to send. So what will we send? We need to send what it received. So basically this. Okay, so it receives, okay, the amount of bytes. Receive buffer. Where's the receive buffer? Where I'm using that? I'm using here. Okay, so buffer length. Let's delete this. Copy these wait, here. And receive buffer length, let's say 200. It's not 200. In this case, will be like how many? So you have both the x and y values for the position, and each value is 32 bits. So you can draw this. You can see, you have a 32 bits float, and you have a char which is 8 bits. So basically you divide this by 4. So you have basically an array of 8 bits, of 4 values of 8 bits. And also you have 2 of these, right? Because you have both the x and the y position. So you have 8 values of 8 bits. So that's the total I'm sending. 8. Or in this case I'm receiving, and I receive the amount I receive. I could do 8, I guess. Since I know how much. So I don't actually need to decode this, because I just sent right away to the others. The only time I need to decode is here. So I can also do like this, 8. Let's set all to 0. Position buffer and 8 bytes. So what I need to do is to encode both values on these 8 bits. Where's the player? Player position X. So I would need to both encode and decode this. Let's actually create a function. Encode float, or F32. So I have the position buffer and the float, which is this one. Okay, so in this case I'm receiving 8, but I will only do 4. So maybe I want to just do the entire position. Encodes position buffer, and then a vector of a position. Then what I can do is create that function. Let's say it's a void in encodes position. Position buffer 8 and also vector 2 of position. So let's first I need, so there's 32 bits. I want the first, like from the left to right, the first 8 bits. So I need to shift, bitwise shift, 8 plus 8, 16, 24. That's it. So 24, I guess. And the second one, it is 16. Then 8. And then 0, I guess. I'm wondering if I need to cast this to char. Okay, so that's the first one. And the second one is 4, 5, 6, 7. And this is the Y. I think that's correct. Let's create the code position. So also need a buffer and a position, not a position. Can I return the position? Yeah, I can. I think it's better to just return position. So I have a vector 2 position and return the position. Then I do basically the reverse of this. Okay, so not this. Maybe just I think that it's, so I set that to here, the position, so I then do a bitwise 24. Right, so I go back to the right position, and then I just do wait, I think I need to do 8 because I set the first value, it will be here. So I just go shift left 8, then the new value is here, because if it was here, I was wondering if I could do a OR, bitwise OR, but that would put the new value here. So I couldn't, so there is no way to do another shift to send this to this place, this spot, and this value would be out of bounds. So I just move 1 and then bitwise OR to fill this value, then move 8, fill that value, and I think that's the correct strategy. So position bitwise OR equals. Okay. Then I need to do this again. Probably I can do a loop for this. It will be the same for... Right. So let's write loop. I equals 0, 4. So the first one, okay, so the first one, I guess it would be outside, so only 3. So y 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Y, position Y. Okay, so I first set the initial value to the position. Then I shift 8 bits to the left. Do a OR value to insert this. So this needs to be the index. So actually the index starts at 1 and goes to 4, because 1, 2, 3, and this is 1 plus 4. So the first iteration will be 5 because it's the next value of the y, and that's basically it, I guess. Well, it looks correct for me. So position buffer. Let's say encoded position buffer. Let's say raw position buffer. I guess that's right. I could test this. What would be an easy way to test? Yeah, let's just test in the code itself. So I need to encode. Where's the down here? So encode position. Okay, the buffer. Okay. So it seems correct. I send the position to the others, and here at the top I need to receive and to receive the position, right? However, okay, so there's a problem here. Yeah, so there is a problem. Here I don't need, because it's synchronous, I don't need to know the ID. But in the client I need. So I need to read the result. So basically I think that's easy to fix. Just add 9. So I will receive 9. Let's say received position buffer. Okay, so no, don't need this, don't need this. Result. So decode position, and this is the position. Wait. Okay. So I need to know which is. So let's do the quick and dirty way. So the first element of the array, I will change to have the index. So let's change now. So receives, receives, change to 9. Let's say, let's define a receive buffer 9. So let's do all caps. Receive buffer receive buffer. So there's 9. Okay. Before sending. Okay, so wait. So here I don't need to change anything. It's just because I'm just receiving the data that's sending. So I need to send with the index, and I will receive with the index. So the server, I think, is correct. So the position buffer, the first one is the ID. So you can say if it is. So it is always this. Actually, there is a way to do without any ifs. You can do a remote player ID, and that's it. And then I have the ships, then remote ID dot position dot x, right? I have ships, okay. And then I need to decode the buffer. Okay, so decodes position, received buffer position. Wait. So I have the vector, remote player position, x, y, the code position. Okay. So remove this, and it's seems that is the logic. So I decoded, okay, so I received the code that okay, and here I send. I need to change that to be 9. And the first one is the index, so the player index, player ID. Okay. The first player ID, I use the ship's position buffer. So in code, I need to change R9. So let's go back to this one. I need to change 9. Okay, so it doesn't start at the rest is correct. 4 bytes. 1. So it needs to be true. 0 is the okay, so it started 1. Okay, so the second, the 0 is the ID, and here I need to let's actually write a loop. So the first one, so the ID starts at 1, and this is 5. So you start with 24 and divide minus 8 times I. So so the first one is actually 0, so I need to actually minus 1. So the first index is actually quite more complicated than just define the buffers. Yeah, I don't think justify. So let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's way better. Okay, so I'm not missing anything, right? I guess not. So is that all? So the buffer to encode, it is encoding the X position, the Y. Okay, so the coding is 9, start at 1, and then you have 35, started at 2. So okay, so there is a mistake here. It's starting at 2, but is not going, so 2, 3, and then ends. So only 2 values are being read. So I need to change to 6. So 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then 6, it's nothing. So and 4, and so it started 2, so 6, it's the next one here. The position X. Okay, so I think you can do this. I'm not sure, but let's leave this. Okay, so I think that's correct. And when I send, I receive the 9, so for the 9, the first one is the remote ID. I decode, return the position, I set the position to the remote ID player, and then in the end I send with the player ID. I encode in the buffer, send that, and in the server I receive this buffer, and then I iterate through the ships. It's not the same. I send. Okay, so I'm iterating. I received something on the first run, let's say. Then it's received. I iterate again. Everyone that is not the sender sends that. Basically relay information. So okay, it fails. It's not valid for float. What? Okay, so interesting. So there is you can't do this. What? So how to encode a float number into char? Yeah, basically this. That. Not exactly what I want. Char array. Hmm. Hmm. And we need to change to the. I could do this. So let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have this float. So first I would multiply by 100, then perform the shifting and bitwise OR. So that's a whole number. I just multiply and cast to unsigned 32. Okay, I can't be unsigned. It's signed. Then I can convert back, I guess. Let's try this. So I can do this. Okay, let's encode first. So instead of position, I have a signed 32 value, the x, which is position x times 100. Yeah, that's okay. So I have both x and y as integers. I can do the operation now on just x, y. So I send to the network as an integer. Okay, so to decode that, I can do this. Okay, so let's first just copy this and sign it 32x and sign it 32y. So instead of doing this, I just do do this. Um, Okay, so it decodes the integers, right? And then the position dot x equals x times, no, divided by 100 million. Oops. Okay. So that should work, I guess. Okay, so let's connect, and it died. Oh, okay. So 47. Stack overflow address at program counter. The code position. Juice frames is 6 versus memory access at offset for 1 overflows. Memory offset. Received overflow. So I'm decoding the value, and it is breaking. What? It shouldn't, right? So it's decoding. Okay, wait. So 5 plus 4, it is 9. But 9 is out of bounds because it's 0 through 8. So that's the, here's the bug. Okay, so the 0, so 0 is is the ID, right? The first one, it is the let's I don't think it let's so the first one, it is the starts. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So the first one is the ID. 1 through 4. So this is going to be 5. Okay, so that was wrong also. So now the maximum is 4, and then it's 4 plus 4. Okay, so I think that's, yeah, that's what the mistake. Let's see if it works. Okay, this was weird position. It is moving slowly. It's weird. Okay. Maybe I'm decoding wrong. Let's try this. Maybe. Oh. So let's declare a struct. Type def struct vector float y. Okay, position. Okay. So let's try to encode the position. So let's declare vector true and position. Let's say 100 and 200. Now I need the buffer. Rob 9 buffer and the position. Then I can do is decode the position passing the raw buffer again. And it will return the vector new position. So we can check this position A. position. So it should display roughly the same or the same numbers. Okay, so we can include standard int. Let's copy this. I think it's from the server. It is correct. So it is working this. Huh. Let's delete this. So it is working. With the code and re-encode and that's it. Let's try a floating number. New position, new position. Okay, so, oh, that's interesting. Okay, so a high number is not working here. I multiply by 100. So minus give 0. I don't think that's any different. So train code is doing that. Okay, maybe it's because. Okay, so how to encode the float to sign it? So so I think that I need to do something different because the way float works is different. Okay, so there is so it's a little more complicated than I thought. I can't find anything like how to do it. So I want to convert from floats to integer. Actually to so here the first one is the sign, and this is the exponent and then number subnormal. So just doing multiplication doesn't work. So what's the representation in binary of these values? I think I can do this in binary. Wait. Um, binary. Okay, so there isn't an easy way to do it. And okay, I will need to ask him. Let's see. So convert float to your array in C. Encode actually. Encode floats to array of chars. Mem copy. Really? Mem copy? That easy? Hmm. So let's try this. That's actually a better solution. So where's the encode? Server code. So wait, just size of float. Hmm. Hmm. That's actually a good solution. So the first is here, mem copy, size of float, and then the position, no, it's the number. So I need to do this twice. Position buffer, the first one I need to plus plus 1 because it's a char, so plus 1 will go 1 char because he knows the size. He basically knows how much space he needs to jump. So the value is dot x source. Okay, so y, and this I need to jump 5 because the first one is the player ID, then the next 4 is the first float, and then the rest. Okay, so how to encode? I didn't actually need this, but how about the coding? Where's the code? Okay, so the first one is the player ID. We'll basically do the same. Can I mem copy? Mem copy the so okay, so that's the destination, and the value, it is received position buffer plus 1 to skip the player ID, and the size of a float. Okay, so the same for y. 5, size of float. I think that's it. Let's see if it's works. Complaining about remote player position. Okay, so it's actually this one. It's complaining again. This is not a pointer. Can I do this? Something is wrong. I'm receiving. Wait. Okay, so Mhm. Remote player ID is equal. What? What? No, 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 wait. So it's sending the wrong ID? But in the server, I specifically. Okay, so. So I think that I can trust this to work. So let's say receive buffer. Um, okay, so it's receiving asynchronously. So it receives and then tries to. No, it is correct. Let's say receive from the first player. Then I iterate through the ships and basically send everyone that is not the player that sent that. So the I should be the index. Okay, so let's try this. So receive buffer 0. It is the player ID. Player ID. Player ID sender. The remote player ID is still the same. I send the buffer the player ID. If buffer. If the player ID that sent the message is different than the index, you should send. Doesn't make sense. It is correct. So it's messing up his own position. But it's not to send to other. What happened? It doesn't make sense to filter here. Because I'm already doing this here. But I guess that's that I want to whatever. So let's try this player ID. Player ID. It is not equal to the player. Different from player ID. I can remove that. In here I can remove these. Just send to everyone. Ah, okay, wait. Oh my, oh, no, 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 no. I got it, I got it. I got it. Oh, just. Okay, so, yeah. Dumb mistake. I know, I know. I know. So, this is not I, is J. Okay, so now I should see the other ship. Why it's not moving? Okay, so now it starts moving? Uh, so yeah, I need to set as non-blocking on the server. Where's the block? Because it's waiting in the order that is receiving. Okay, so after that, So if socket connection index not plus plus, but equals to max chips, then we finish the connection with the clients. Then we can set to be non-blocking. It's set non-blocking on so everything here will basically iterate through everything. And won't stop, so let's try this. Okay, so copying, pasting code, yes. Connection socket. Why didn't warn you about? It is not client, but listen. Okay, so let's see, and it doesn't work. Now it starts moving. Okay, so iterate through the ships. It actually iterate through the connections. And send. Okay. So if it receives something from the client I don't know. So it's sending the wrong value. So using maybe there is ChatGPT can help. The alignment engine is fine. Not sending? Why it's not sending? It's not printing. Maybe there's an error. It should send every time. I don't know. I don't know. I forgot that I need to use SDL log. SDL log. And um, okay, so that's a lot. So they're in same position. So the first one. Okay, so I have this content. Buffer. So this is okay. This is one float and this is another float. The start position is what? Ships. Okay, so if I equals 0, just SDL log position percent to F and to F. Just X and Y. So the position is 100 and okay. It's the same number. So now where is it? Okay, so this should convert to this and this should, right? Okay, don't need this. Don't need this. So the numbers are this. Right. Now I basically mem copy. Okay, so let's say position buffer. Now I need to create needs to include standard lib.h implicit declaration. It's from string. It's okay, ships not defined. Okay, so add this. Position buffer. DL log. Okay, so printf and printf. So it is the same, right? So anyway, 28, 767 and 172 and 66. So this is correct, I guess. So what about the inverse? So I read the position. Actually, I set the position. So let's create a new vector, vector2, and then remote position. Now remote position. Remote position. Okay. Received buffer. Okay, F32. Now I do the same thing. Buffer contains to read, then received position buffer here. Wait. Actually, I don't need this. I can just print the position. Actually, like this. No, it's position buffer position B. It is the same. Okay. Maybe engine is. Unless it's messing up the order. So let's print what I received then. Where's the code? Okay, so mem copy and received position buffer, right? So to read, receive position buffer, receive buffer. I can comment this. Save. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so okay. Wait, what? Which is okay? So the ID 0, paid with error 0. Wait, no, I don't want this because that was this failed for some reason, and it receives the same. So the ID 0, 2, 3, and this is the one. Um, 28, 28, 67. That is exactly what is here. So it is working. It is really in writing. Okay, so I think that's it for today. I need to investigate this. Actually, let's try. Um, is uh, I will deal with this other day. And today I will continue the Asteroids multiplayer game. Hopefully this will be the last stream. So let's see if I can manage to finish this game. And I was looking at some articles about networking and I found this one that is really detailed about the many um, things that you need to take in consideration while doing a multiplayer game, and it's very extensive article. Then you can check later if you're interested. And just I did some modifications off stream. So let's look at first in the server. I simplified a lot of the code, removed a lot of error checking, and simplified the logic. So the first thing I do here is to wait all the players connect, and then when all connected, I start the main loop. And another thing that I was doing wrong, it was that I was setting only the server socket to be non-blocking, and I was not doing that for the client sockets. So the clients were in a synchronous way. And here I iterate through the ships, receiving all the messages. If there's no message, I continue the loop and send the position and rotation from the other player. So if player 1 if you receive the player 1 position and rotation, I send to everyone that is not the sender what was received in the buffer. I just pass that without any modifications. And that's really it. You can see that it's only 77 lines of code. It's really simple. And I did some modifications on the client. I simplified some logic and did some modifications. One, for example, is on the build file, where I start a new command prompt. You can see that now it starts, each command prompt starts the game, and I position each screen in right side by side, and you can see that it's working. So I'm moving here the player, and it's synchronizing here. I can move. Now I will move this other chip, and you can see that it wraps around, and it is synchronized. But you can see that if I, for example, if I go very fast, yeah, it doesn't show too much here. Let's see with this one. So there is a little stutter. You can see that the position is not as smooth. He's just setting the position. That's because he's not interpolating between the last and the current position. And let's see, here's the net code. Okay, so I receive every frame. I receive every message that is stored on the receive and copy that to the ship, the remote players. And here I try to find the difference between the X and Y based on the threshold, because if you are moving to the wrapping around the left or the right or up or top, top or bottom, you wrap, but if I'm using lerp, it will lerp back instead of wrapping and then continuing the lerp. So it looks weird. You can see that I will comment this to show. So I will wrap around, and then you can see that he doesn't wrap exactly. He just lerps to that new position. So that was a way that I found to solve this, but I don't think exactly it solves, because if it's too fast, you just assign the current position instead of using interpolation, so it looks like a stutter. But I don't know any other, if there's any better way to do this. So for now, I think that's fine. Let's see. So the player stage, I send every 2 frames. So if the game is running at 60 FPS, then it sends at 30. So just not to send too much data to the server. And that's basically it. The the modifications. So now I want to, so the player position rotation is, I'm already sending. So you can see that I added the rotation. So the first item in the buffer is the player ID, and the next 2 is the X and Y position, then the third float is a rotation. So what I want to synchronize now is the bullets. So we have the bullets and the asteroids to synchronize. And to do that, I first want to add in the server, not in the server, there is another file that is common to the both client and server. I want to define enum, type def enum, and this enum would be to know which type information am I sending, because I'm sending only the player state. So I need to know if I'm receiving the player state or if I'm receiving the bullet position and rotation. So to do that, I want to create, let's say, player state. Let's say bullet state and asteroid. I don't think I need asteroid because I'm not sending to the server, right? It's only the server that's, but I would need to know which, on the client, which type I'm receiving. If it is bullet state or if it's asteroid. So asteroid state. So let's change the current implementation. So the message buffer size is now 14 to have this enum as the first value. So here I don't think I need to change. Okay, so I receive a buffer and I need to know what to do with this. So if it is receive buffer, so the first element is equal the player state, then I want to do this loop. So if the player state, I send to every client the buffers, and this I need to change to 1. Okay, so now to send I need to change to 1, and this is not 1 anymore, it is 2. So 6 and 10, and the first would be the player state. So I'm sending the type of data, the player ID, and the contents. Now I need to receive that. So instead it is 1, 2, 6, 10. I need to know which type it is. 0 if the type is player state. I result. Okay. So actually, let's put this here. Here. So if there's any result, I will check if it is the player state. It is not. I do nothing, and that should still work. So shouldn't have any problems. Okay, so it's complaining. Okay, so I'm not naming. Okay, I don't think I need names, right? I'm just declaring them because I'm not referring. I'm not storing the the type of enum. I'm just storing the value, and also I don't have like a namespace like in C++ where you can define the name and it has a namespace with the class keywords. Wait. Okay, so let's try. Okay. So you can see that at slow speeds it works fine. So everything's still working. Okay, so we'll commit this as network buffer. sends type of data between clients. Send type of data between client server. Okay, now for the bullets, I need to extract from here. Let's see it. So the bullet radius, texture. Let's see. So there's some constants that I want to share between the position, velocity, rotation. In the client, I don't need rotation. Okay, I need rotation but not velocity, because I want just to receive the position. So let's, for now I will just have both equal. So I did the same thing with the ship, just to define the shared values here. Have a bullet, let's see. Vector, the definition is another file. I can just do this. So include, let's see, include source bullet. So the bullets now, it should still work, right? No. So it's complaining now. So it's not finding the vector true. Okay, because it's before. So it's just move up here. Okay, it works. Working. So now I want to change in the client when I shoot a bullet. Where's the, okay, firing. So instead of doing all this, I will move into the server. So you can check if receive buffer 0. Bullet state. Here I want to send. I will copy this. I need to send the rotation, which is the player rotation, and the position of the player. So it's basically the same. is actually the same code. Let's change. So I need to change what is the state. The player ID, so rotation. Player ID rotation. Yeah, so I don't need this, and the player position I don't need. This is inside the block, so there's no name collision. The player ID, I don't need it, so I can remove, and then we'll change this to 1, 5, and 9. The bullet stage. I'm sending the bullets. Now, when I receive, I want to so I need to read the data. I already received. I have the buffer. So I want this. So the first, it is the position. So receive the buffer plus 1. So here is 1, 5, and 9. And instead of rotation, I don't need this. Okay, so I'm copying the buffer. So I need the array of bullets. I need to have the same on the server. Also the index. I'm sending the. Okay, so this is. And then I need to do this. So degree to radians, I need to define. Let's define. Put this here for now. Okay, so both client server. Okay, so rotation, I need two bullets instead of ships. Is bullet. So I'm already storing the position. I'm reading from the buffer. Now the rotation. Okay, so I have rotation. So let's do different. Instead of directly on the buffer, I'll have a rotation. So I copy the buffer to the rotation. I can do the radians, the direction, position you need, the velocity. So direction, the bullet index. So if this logic I can simplify. Instead of doing this, I can just increase and do a modulo operation to wrap the value. Okay, so I need to iterate through all the bullets. I need to iterate through all and send that to the client. So basically the same logic. I want to do this here or outside. I think outside of this, right? So also outside of the ships. Let's see, so the receive buffer, I don't have a buffer. Actually the send buffer. Send buffer. So to every player. So I could use the client to move the bullet by itself for that current player. So the player sees his own bullets running in the client, but for the others would be from the server. Let's actually just do every bullet because I will need to keep track of which index each bullet index is from which clients. Let's see. Send buffer, client sockets. Okay. So let's. I need to copy this. Where's the? So this. So here is the bullets. And the player ID. No, it's okay. So actually needs another loop for I8 on Z. Max bullets. Okay, so this. So for each player, I send all of these. Okay. So it's not player ID, but Z. White sockets, correct. And the send buffer. And the first one is the bullet state. So I'm sending Then I need to receive all that. So here I just see if received. It is bullet. Player. So copy this. 5 So bullets and remote player. So if I receive a bullet, yeah, I think I need to send the bullet index. I have the space for that. So I can change player state buffer. Send buffer. 1 equals line to Z. So this is the index. Okay, so I need to change back to this. So instead of doing this, I received the first which is I don't. Okay, so wait, remote bullet ID, receive the buffer. Okay. Then I copy that to this, change here, the correct offset. I'm copying this. So I believe that it is all that I need. Let's try running. Okay, so it failed. It is complaining about but it's not declared. I think I misspelled. Bullets. 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 Server not declared. It's not declared. Okay, so I forgot to do this to include the source bullets because there's the definition of the struct and everything. Let's see, it's still complaining. Vector 2 for position and velocity. Okay, so I'm defining here, right? So let's move to the types. And I will need to include the SDL. Okay, so we will not find this. Basically, I need to do this. So, multiplayer ideals. Okay. The bullet index, right? Activity position buffer. Div buffer. Sine and cosine. Now it's not starting the game. Actually, I want to change this to bullet index. So if I wrap around, then if there is any bullet that is on the screen that is in the end, then I will simply just stop sending the data. So it actually will not update. I'm just sending. I think I need to do one more thing. Your update. For the bullets, I do this logic. Utility. And these I will not use anymore. Bullets lost. Okay, delta time I don't have. It was this is for 75 frames per second. Out of bounds I don't have. Let's see. It is complaining. Okay, so it's conflicting. Wait, no. I have these. signed and unsigned. Bullets index is unsigned. Actually signed. Okay, so let's change here. Need this and same here. That's a problem. So let's actually change to this. And the bullets should be 255. Sign it. Eight. I don't know why it's not starting the the games. Okay, so there's errors. And it's complaining about textures. So it's different types. Where defined the types. Okay, we'll define only on the server. Fdef cell f point vector. Okay. And fire not declared. Yeah, I think I think it's complaining about defining. Okay, so it's not I'm including here. I need to define before the the include of the bullet, and here I need to declare before, so they can reference that. Let's see it. Wait, what? So I broke something. Well, let's actually see. The bullets are working. No. It's not working. I'm sending the buffer, message buffer, size, state, the index, the position, rotation, sends the client. So it starts here. Message buffer, place state, and position. Okay, so I send the bullet. Receive the position, X and Y, the rotation, calculate the rotation. That's the rotation, velocity, bullet index. So after this, I iterate the bullet in the position. Actually, I don't need to store the velocity. They all have the same velocity. It's just the rotation. Then I need to apply the direction. Position, okay. Now iterate these shapes. The bullet index again. And the buffer bullet state. Index and buffer. Position X, Y. Rotations and the client, the send buffer. Now for receiving. Receive the buffer. Bullet ID. Multiple bullets. And that's it. And for the be max bullet. It should work. Bullet index. Okay, so I forgot to uh, complaining again. Comment this. It is complaining that's not F32. So the okay, so the types. They are logs. Okay, so I don't have this log. Okay, the server is fixed. Okay, let's see. Okay, so the player is moving. Now let's test the bullet, and you can see that it's fire. Okay, so you can see that it's working, but it's way too fast. I need to do way to limit this, because I need to set up a frame rate. Let's see if I can do something similar to this. Where's the now? So let's, so we can do, so let's say current frame like 0. So this will increment in the end forever. So this is the current frame, and the target frame target frame would be 30 FPS. or every 60 FPS. Actually, every 74. Every 70 frames. So instead of sending the message, I do this only if the current frame it is equal to the target frame, right? And here I just do current frame plus 1. It is equal the current. Okay, so target frame plus 1, and this is a module. So one frame after the target frame, I wrap around. So you increment, and if wrap only after this is true. Probably do it. Let's test this. Let's see. Okay, so I'm moving. Let's shoot. Okay, it's not playing. So you can see it's very fast. I'm not interpolating, so I'm just sending the position. But so I send above it. Then after 70 frames on the server, I send the position back to the client. And that's almost so the client is running at 75. So it's like receives 5 frames before doing the rendering. No, it just no, I'm just thinking wrong here. Target frame 2. Let's see. So every 2 frames I send. Let's try to do interpolation. Let's see if it fixes or if it's a little more. So less, little better. Less bullets. So here I do. So for let's I can just lerp the X and Y instead of less ships, less bullets, and the less bullets and bullets. X and Y, less Y, X, 30%. Let's try this. Okay, I think I need to change this less ships. So in the render, I need to know if it is the less. Okay, so and why? So the bullets, I don't need to check anything, just less bullets and should work. Bullet texture. So less bullets rotation. Actually, it's just bullets rotation. It's not interpolating. Here rotation. Okay, so let's see. It's in the wrong position. It's a little better. Yeah, it's completely wrong position. I have no idea why. Let's see once position. I'm guessing that okay, so I think that I want to. I need to somehow limit this. Because I need target frame. Okay, I can do the same thing here, actually. So if it's the target frame rate, target frame actually, I just update by a small amount. Instead of updating every time. But it shouldn't make a difference, right? Yeah. The position is completely wrong. And now it's curving. It's a cool effect, but let's actually 60 frames per second. So I need a way to get the time. There is a way to query performance counter. So just copy this. We'll start. Lapse time. Where's the lapse time? Function. Where it is. Lapse time. Start. Lapsed time. So the lapse time is less than 0.60, 70. Choose sleep. Target. Yes. So if I'm not hitting the target, I sleep and then just continue. So go to frame start. It's a little better. It seems that is getting the rotation. I don't know. Yeah. So frame start. So it starts fast and then moves. Okay, so I guess that it is slurping from the because in this, okay, so the last position of that is not okay, I guess I know why. Okay, the last position is 0, so it's actually all outside of the screen, and so it's lerping to that and to the current position there, and then it is, yeah. So let's see. Okay, so here I want to make sure that the current, okay, so the last position, so I need to make sure if the last position is not zero. Okay, so last, do I have floats equals? No. Floats equals, it is like this. Row floats equals after 2. So return if the absolute value of a float actually is, you're comparing two floats, so a and b, a minus b, you get the absolute value between those floats and you check against a small value, like let's say like this. So floats equals the last x and the last y. Actually is 0. they are not 0, then I can lerp otherwise I just set the position. Okay, now it should work. It's not working. And it's not. Last bullet position is not 0. And is not 0. Otherwise, I just set the current. Okay, it's not 0 because I did not set a 0. I think it's minus 30. Yes, it's minus 30. It's not 0, minus 30. Okay, so yeah. So you can see that it is synchronizing. It's not very fast. It isn't too fast. Okay, so now I have the delta time, right? It's the lapse time. Can do this. Maybe? No, doesn't work. Yeah, it just less. So you can see that the asteroids work, the collision. They are not just they are not synchronized, but so the players and the bullets are synchronizing, and to be honest, I think that's pretty good. Game developments and especially game network developments is quite challenging. There's a lot of details, a lot of things that you need to study and set up to get it right. And one of the things that I would need to do is to have a constant frame rate This is a hack, but I just want to make sure it works. And to be honest, I don't think I want to do the asteroids, because it's basically the same thing as the bullets. I would need to send, I would have the asteroids array here with the index, and I would need to do basically the same thing, sending, I would send the, instead of receiving, I wouldn't receive anything, but here I would send the asteroids positions every time. I don't have a rotation. I send the index and the position only, and I receive here, and it should be all synchronized, and it's already run almost 1 hour and a half I'm streaming, and I think I got pretty close what I want to do. I think I will stop here. It's way harder than I imagined, especially dealing with the server, because he's basically in a unlimited frame rate, but you need a way to limit that. And that would be the same almost stuff. To synchronize and then check the collision, remove. It's almost the same thing as the bullets. You just move this logic to the server and synchronize. And I think that it looks good, so you can see that both players can move, and it synchronizes both the player rotations and the bullets. So I think that's really cool, and I think that's it. I will finish for this project for now. Finish bullets sync. And it was really interesting to get to understand how to do, what types of challenges that I would face, and several hours trying to build things and hit roadblocks. And there are other projects that I want to do. So I think that's a great place to end. So thanks for joining for this stream, and see you next time.